Namostvanantaya Sahasramurtaye Sahasrapada Shishirobhave Sahasranamne Purushaya Shashvate Sahasrakoti Yugadharine Namah. Om Namah Shivaya Gurave Sachidanandamurtaye Nishprapanchaya Shantaya Niralambaya Tejase Nityanandaya Gurave Isha Samsara Hadine Bhakta Karyayika Dehaya
Namaste Chitsaratmane. Om Sahana Bhavatu
Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Parvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Namo Gurubhyo Gurupadukabhyo Namah Padebhya Parapadukabhya Acharya Siddhe Shwarapadukabhyo Namo Namah Shri Gurupadukabhya Utkara Vinka Narahasya Yukta Vinkara Gudha Tamaha Vibhutya Omkara Manama Pratipaviyebhyam Namo Namah Shri Gurupadukabhya Uttamihotra Nihameshahotra Omadi Sarva Kritiphasamanam Yadhamma Tadbodhavitavilebhyam Namo Namah Shri Gurupadukabhyam Kamadi Sarva Rajakarudabhyam Vivekavairagyanidhi Pradabhyam Bodhapadabhyam Yutamokshadabhyam Namo Namah Shri Gurupadukabhyam Ananta Samsara Samudratara Lokaitabhyam Sthirabhaktirabhyam Jadyabhisamsho Shanavadavabhyam Namo Namah Shri Gurupadukabhyam Om Shanti
Shanti Shanti.
Om Asya Shri Guru Gita Stotra Mantrasya Bhagavan Sada Shivarashi Nanda Vidhani Chandansi Shri Guru Paramatma Devata Ambijam Sa Shakti Kokilatam Shri Guru Prasada Siddhyate Jape Vinyogaha साभ्यां परिवृत्तपद्मकमले दिव्यै जगत्कारणे विश्वकिरणमनेकदेहनिलये स्वच्छन्दमात्मेच्छया तद्योतं वदशाम्भवन्तु चरणं दीपाङ्कुरग्राहिणं प्रत्यक्षाक्षरविग्रहं गुरुपदं ध्यायेद्विभुं मम चतुर्विधा पुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थे जपे विनियोगः सुत उवाच कैलासशिखरे रम्ये भक्तिसन्धाननायकं प्रणम्य पार्वती भक्त्या शङ्करं परिपृच्छति श्रीदेव्यो वाच ॐ नमो देवदेवेश भगवत्पर जगद्गुरो सदाशिव महादेव गुरुदीक्षा प्रदेहि मे केन मार्गेण भस्वामि देहि ब्रह्ममयो भवे त्वं कृपां कुरु मे स्वामी नमामि चरणौ तव ईश्वर उवाच मम रूपासि देवी त्वं त्वत्प्रीत्यर्थं वदाम्यहं लोकोपकारका प्रश्नो न केनापि कृता पुरा दुर्लभं त्वेषु लोकेषु तच्छृणुष्व वदाम्यहं गुरुं विना ब्रह्मदान्यं सत्यं सत्यं वदामि वेदशास्त्रपुराणानि इतिहासादिकानि च मन्त्रयन्त्रादिविद्याश्च स्मृतिरुच्चाटनादिकम् शैव शाक्तगुमादीनि अन्यानि विविधानि च अपभ्रंशकराणिह जीवानां भ्रान्तचेतसाम् यज्ञोवतं तपोदानं जपस्तीर्थं तथैव च गुरुतत्त्वमविज्ञाय मूढास्ते चरते जनाः गुरुबुद्ध्यात्मनो नान्यत् सत्यं सत्यं न संशयाः तल्लाभार्थं प्रयत्नस्तु कर्तव्यो हि मनीषिभिः गूढविद्या जगन्माया देहे चाज्ञानसम्भवा उदायो यत्प्रकाशेन गुरुशब्देन कथ्यते सर्वपापविशुद्धात्मा श्रीगुरुपादसेवनात् देहे ब्रह्म भवेद्यस्मात् त्वत्कृपार्थं वदामि ते गुरुपादाम्बुजं स्मृत्वा जलं शिरसि धारयेत् सर्वतीर्थावगाहस्य सम्प्राप्नोति फलं नरः शोषणं पापभङ्गस्य दीपनं ज्ञानतेजसा गुरुपादोदकं सम्यक् संसारणवतारकम् अज्ञानमूलहरणं जन्मकर्मनिवारणं ज्ञानवैराग्यसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुपादोदकं पिबेत् गुरुपादोदकं पीत्वा गुरुरुच्छिष्टभोजनं गुरुमूर्ते सदा ध्यानं गुरुमन्त्रं सदा जपेत् काशीक्षेत्रं तन्निवासो जानवे चरणोदकं गुरुर्विश्वेश्वर साक्षात् गुरुपादोदकं पीत्वा गल्यासोक्षयो वटा तीर्थराज प्रयागस्य गुरुमूर्ते नमो नमः गुरुमूर्तिं स्मरे नित्यं गुरुनाम सदा जपे गुरुराज्ञां प्रकुर्वीता गुरुरन्यं न भावयेत् गुरुमात्रा स्थितं ब्रह्म
प्राप्यते
स्वजातिं च स्वकीर्ति पुष्टिवर्धनम् एतत् सर्वं परित्यज्य गुरुरन्यं भावयेत् चिन्तयन्तो मां सुलभं परमं पदम् अस्मत् सर्वप्रयत्नेन गुरुराराधनं कुरु त्वयि लोके स्फुटवक्तारो देवाद्यसुरपन्नगाः गुरुवत्र स्थिता विद्या गुरुभक्त्या तु लभ्यते कालस्कन्धकालश्च कालस्तेज उच्यते अज्ञानग्रासकं ब्रह्म गुरुरेवान संशयः काल प्रथमो वर्णो मायादिगुणभासकाः कालो द्वितीयो ब्रह्म माया भ्रान्ति विनाशनम् एवं गुरुपदं श्रेष्ठं देवानामपि दुर्लभम् आहुः गणश्चैव गन्धर्वैश्च प्रपूज्यते गुरुवप्तेषां च सर्वेषां नास्ति तत्त्वं गुरो परम् आसनं शयनं वस्त्रं भूषणं वाहनादिकम् साधकेन प्रदातव्यं गुरुसन्तोषकारकम् गुरोराराधनं कार्यं स्वजीवित्वं निवेदयेत् कर्मणा मनसा वाचा नित्यमाराधयेत् गुरुं तीर्थवृन्दं नमस्कृत्य निर्लज्जो गुरुसन्निधौ शरीरमिन्द्रियं प्राणान् सद्गुरुभ्यो निवेदयेत् आत्मदानादिकं सर्वं सद्गुरुभ्यो निवेदयेत् दुर्मेकिटा भस्मवेष्टा दुर्गन्धिमलमूत्रकम् स्मरत्तं प्रजामांसं वञ्चयेन्न वराण्डने संसारवृक्षमारूढा पतन्तो नरकार्णवे येन चैव धृता सर्वे तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरुदेव परब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः प्रभवे सर्वविद्यानां सम्भवे गुरवे नमः ज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः त्वं पिता त्वं च मे माता त्वं बन्धुस्त्वं च देवता संसारप्रतिघोरार्थं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः यत् सत्येन जगत् सत्यं यत् प्रकाशेन भातिता यदानन्देन नन्दन्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः यस्य स्थित्या सत्यमिदं यावदेवानुरूपता प्रियं पुत्रार्यप्रीत्या तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः येन चेतायते हृदं चित्तं चेतायते नयं जागस्वप्नसुषुप्त्यादि तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः यस्य ज्ञानादिदं विश्वं न दृश्यं भिन्नभेदता एकरूपरूपाय तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः यस्य मातं तस्य मातं मातं यस्या न वेदसाः अनन्यभावभावाय तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः यस्य कारणरूपस्य कार्यरूपेण भाति यत् कार्यकारणरूपाय तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः सर्वं नगेनाप्यस्ति भिन्नता कार्यकारणरूपाय तेन श्रीगुरुं शरणं व्रजे
वन्दे
गुरुपदद्वन्द्वं वाङ्मनश्चित्तगोचरं श्वेतरक्तप्रभाविन्दं शिवशक्त्यात्मकं परम् रूपकारं च गुणातीतं रूपकारं रूपवर्जितं गुणातीता स्वरूपं च योगस्त्र गुरुस्मृता अत्रिनेत्र सर्वसाक्षी अचतुर्भावरक्षिता अचतुर्वदनो ब्रह्मा श्रीगुरु कथिता प्रिये अयं मयाञ्जलिर्बद्धो दया सागर हृदये यदनुग्रहतो जन्तु शिव संसार मुक्तिभाग् श्रीगुरो परमं रूपं चक्षुषोमृतं मन्दभाग्या न पश्यन्ति अन्धा सूर्योदयं यथा श्रीनाथचरणद्वन्द्वं यस्यां दिशि विराजते तस्यै दिशै नमस्कुर्यात् भक्त्या प्रतीतिनं प्रिये तस्यै दिशै सततमञ्जलिरेष आर्ये प्रक्षिप्यते मुखरितो मधुपैर्बुधैश्च जागर्ति यत्र भगवान् गुरुचक्रवर्ती श्रीनाथादि गुरुत्रयं गणपतिं पीठत्रयं भैरवं सिद्धौघं पटुकत्रयं पदयुगं दुत्तिक्रमं मण्डलम् वीराञ्जष्टचतुष्कषष्टिनवकं वीरावदे पञ्चकं श्रीमन्मालिनिमन्त्रराजसहितं वन्दे गुरुमण्डलम् यस्यै सकलै सुदीर्घमण्डलै व्याधिप्रदै दुष्करै प्राणायामशतैरनेककरणे दुःखात्मकै दुर्जये यस्मिन्नेकं गुरुं स्वदेशिकस्यैव शरीरचिन्तनं भवेदनन्तस्य शिवस्य चिन्तनं स्वदेशिकस्यैव जनामकीर्तनं भवेदनन्तस्य शिवस्य कीर्तनं यत्पादरेणुकर्णिका कापि संसारवारिधे सेतुवन्धायते नाथं देशिकं तमुपास्महे यस्मादनुग्रहं लब्ध्वा महद्ज्ञानमुत्सृजे तस्मै श्रीदेशिकेन्द्राय नमश्चाभीष्टसिद्धये पादाब्जं सर्वसंसार दावानलविनाशकं ब्रह्मरन्ध्रे सुतं भोजा मध्यस्थं चन्द्रमण्डले अकठादिद्विवेकाब्जे सहस्रदलमण्डले हंसपार्श्वत्रिकोणे च स्मरेन्मध्यगं गुरुं सकला भुवना सृष्टि कल्पिता शेषपुष्टिः निखिला निगमा दृष्टि सम्पदां व्यर्थदृष्टिः अवगुणा परिमाष्टे तत्पदार्थैकदृष्टिः भवगुणा परमेष्टे मोक्षमार्गैकदृष्टिः सकला भुवनारङ्गा स्थापना स्तम्भयष्टिः सकरुणा रसदृष्टिः तत्त्वमाला समष्टिः सकला समया सृष्टिः सच्चिदानन्ददृष्टिः निवसतु मयि नित्यं श्रीगुरुर्दिव्यदृष्टिः समन्तात् ज्वालापरीचकादिया मन्त्रराजमिमं मन्ये अर्निशम्बा नृत्यता तन्नैजति तद्दूरे तत्समीपके तदन्तरस्य सर्वस्य तद्दु सर्वस्य बाह्यतः अजोऽहम् अजरोऽहम् च तन्नादिनिधनः स्वयम् अविकारशुद्धानन्द अणियां महतो महान् अपूर्वाणां परं नित्यं स्वयं ज्योतिर्निरामयम् विरजं परमाकाशं ध्रुवमानन्दमव्ययम् शुद्धिप्रत्यक्षमैतेयम् अनुमानश्चतुष्टयम् यस्य चात्मा तपो वेद देशिकं च सदा स्मरेत् मननं यद्भवं कार्यं तद्वदामि महामते साधुत्वं च मया दृष्टं त्वयि तिष्ठति सम्प्रदाम् अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन
तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः
सर्वशक्ति शिरोरत्न विराजितपदाम्बुजाः वेदान्ताम्बुज सूर्यो यः तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः यस्य स्मरणमात्रेण ज्ञानमुत्पद्यते स्वयं य एव सर्वसम्प्राप्तिः
तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः
चैतन्यं शाश्वतं शान्तं व्योमातीतं निरञ्जनं नादबिन्दुफलातीतं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः स्थावरं जङ्गमं चैव तथा चैव चराचरं व्याप्तं येन जगत्सर्वं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः ज्ञानशक्ति समारूढः तत्त्वमाला विभूषिताः मुक्तिमुक्तिप्रदाताय तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अनेका जन्म सम्प्राप्ता सर्वकर्मविदाहिने स्वात्मज्ञानप्रभावेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः नगरोरधिकं तपः तत्त्वं ज्ञानपरं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः ध्यानमूलं गुरुमूर्ति पूजामूलं गुरुपदम् मन्त्रमूलं गुरुवाक्यं मोक्षमूलं गुरुकृपा गुरुरादिरनादिश्व गुरुपरमदैवतं गुरुपरतरं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः पर्यन्तं तीर्थस्नानादिकं फलं गुरुरङ्ग्रिपयो सहस्रांशेन दुर्लभम् हरस्ते गुरुस्ताता गुरुस्तेन कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वप्रयत्नेन
श्रीगुरुं शरणं व्रजे गुरुरेव जगत्सर्वं ब्रह्म विष्णु शिवात्मकं गुरुपरतरं नास्ति तस्मै सम्पूजये गुरुं ज्ञानविज्ञानसहितं
लभ्यते गुरुभक्तिता
गुरुपरतरं नास्ति देयोऽसौ गुरुमार्गिभिः तरं नास्ति नेति नेति दिवेष्टिः मनसा वाचसा चैव नित्यमाराधये गुरुं गुरुकृपा प्रसादेन ब्रह्म विष्णु सदाशिवा समर्थ
Advaitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyarilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami
Nityam Shudam
Nirabhasam Nirakaram Niranjanam Nityabodham Chidanandam Guru Brahma Namamyam Hridam Vijay Karnika Madhya Samsthe Simhasane Samsthita Divya Murtim Jai Gurum Chandrakala Prakasham Chitpustaka Vishtavaram Dadhanam Shvetambaram Shvetavilepa Pushpam Mukta Vibhusham Muditam Dvinetvam Vamanga Pita Sthita Divya Shaktim Mandasmitam Sangagrapaniranam Anandam Prasannam Jnana-swarupam Nijabodhayuktam Yogindra-medyam Bhavaloka-vaidyam Srimadgurum Nityamaham Namami Yasmin Srishti-sthiti-dvamsa Nigraha-nugrahatmakam Nityam panchavidam shashvat Asate tam namamyam Mata Shira Shishuklabje Dvinekram Dvevayam Guru
Varavaya Yudam Shantam Smaretam Nama Purvakam
Naguradikam Naguradikam Shiva-shasanata 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 Vidameva Shivam Vidameva Shivam Vidameva Shivam Vidameva Shivam Mama Shasanato Mama Shasanato Mama Shasanato
Mama Shasanata Evam Vidam Gurum Yatma Jnanam Upadyate Swayam Tat Sat Guru Prasadena Mukto Amiti Bhavaye
Guru Darshita Margena Mana Shuddhim Dupavaye
Anitam Kandaye Sarvam Yakinchiram Agocharam
Geyam Sarva Sarupancha Jnanam Cha Mala Uchate Jnanam Geya Samanpuryat Nanyaha Panta Dutiyaka Evam Shutva Mahadevi Guru Nindam Karoti Yaha
Sayati Narayan Yavachandra Divakaro
Yavat Kalpantako Deha
Savadeva Gurum Sare Guru Gopala Kartavya
Swachando Yadi Bhavave Ungavinanda Vaktavyam Vajnai Shishekatanchana Gururagveda Vaktavyam Asatyam Chakadachana Gurum Tvam Katyaham Katya Gurum Nirjitya Vadata Aranye Nirjale Deshe Sabhave Brahma Rakshasaha Munibhi Pannage Vapi Sureva Shapito Yadi Kalamrityu Vaya Dvapi Guru Rakshati Ashakta hi Suradhascha Ashakta Munayastha Guru Shakti Vate Shigram Sayam Yanti Nasamshaya
Mandarajam Guru Sakshat Parambaram Siddhi Smurti Avinyaya Kevalam Guru Sevaka Teve Sannyasina Prokta Itare Veshaharina
Nityam Brahma Nirakaram Nirgunam Bodhaye Param
Sarvam Brahma Nirabhasam Vipo Vipantaram Yatha
Guru Kripa Prasadena Atmaramam Nivikshate निर्गुणं निराकारं
निर्गुणं स्वात्म संस्थितं
परात्परतरं देयं नित्यमानन्दकारकम्
हृदयाकाशमन्यष्टं शुद्धस्फटिकसान्निभं
स्फटिकाप्रतिमारूपं दृश्यते दर्पणे यथा तथात्मन्निखिलाकारम् आनन्दं सोऽहमित्युक्तम् अङ्गुष्ठमात्पुरुषं ध्यायतश्चिन्मयं हृदि तत्र स्फुरतिभावोऽय शृणुतं तत्त्वयाम्यहम् अगोचरं तथागम्यं नामरूपाविवर्जितम् निःशब्दं तद्विजानीयात् स्वभावं ब्रह्म पार्वती यथा गन्धस्वभावेन कर्पूरकुसुमादिषु शीतोष्णादिस्वभावेन
तथा ब्रह्मा च शाश्वतः
स्वयं तत्त्वविदो भूत्वा स्थातव्यं यत्र कुत्रचित् ईटब्रह्मरवत्तत्र ज्ञानं भवति तादृशम् ध्यानं तथा कृत्वा स्वयं ब्रह्ममयो भवेत् पदे पदे तथा रूपे मुक्तो स्वनात्मसंशयात् वे पार्वती उवाच पिण्डं किन्तु महादेव पदं किं समुद्धाय शङ्करा श्रीमहादेव उवाच
पिण्डं कुण्डलिनी शक्ति परमं समुदारतां रूपं बिन्दुरिति ज्ञेयं रूपदीप्तं निरञ्जनम् इन्दे मुक्ता परे मुक्ता रूपे मुक्ता वरानने चैते तु ये मुक्ता ते मुक्ता नात्र संशयात् स्वयं सर्वमयो भूत्वा परं तत्त्वं
विलोकयेत्
परपरतरं नान्यत् सर्वमेतं निरालयन् तस्यावलोकनं प्राप्य सर्वसङ्गविवर्जितम्
लब्धं वा न लब्धं वा स्वल्पं वा बहुलं तथा निष्कामेनैव भोक्तव्यं सदा सन्तुष्टचेतसा सर्वज्ञापदमित्याहुः देहि सर्वमयो बुधा सदानन्द सदा शान्तो ब्रह्मते यत्र कुत्रचित् यत्रैव तिष्ठते सोऽपि सदेशा पुण्यवाजनम् मुक्तस्य लक्षणं देवी तवाग्रे कथितं मया उपदेशस्तथा देवी गुरुमार्गेण मुक्तिदा गुरुभक्तिस्तथा ध्यानं सकलं तव
कीर्तिताम्
निन्द यद्भवेत् कार्यं तद्वदामि महामते लोकोपकारकं देवी लौकिकं तु न भावये लौकिकात् कर्मणो यान्ति ज्ञानहीनं ज्ञानी तु भावयेत् सर्वम् इदं तु भक्तिभावेन पठते शृणुते यदि लिखित्वा तत् प्रदातव्यं तत्सर्वं सफलं गुरुगीतात्मकं देवी शुद्धतत्त्वं मयोदितं भवव्याधिविनाशार्थं स्वयमेव जपे सदा गुरुगीताक्षरैकन्तो मन्त्रराजामिमं जपे अन्ये च विविधा मन्त्रा फलं नार्हन्ति अनन्तफलमाप्नोति गुरुगीता जपेन तु सर्वपापप्रशमनं
सर्वदारिद्र्यनाशनम्
सर्वसङ्कटनाशनम् यक्षराक्षसभूतानां चोरव्याघ्रभयापहम् महाव्याधिहरं सर्वं विभूतिसिद्धिदं भवेत् अथवा मोहनं वश्यं
स्वयमेव जपे सदा राष्ट्रसाने च दारिद्र्यं पाशने रोगसम्भवः
मेदिन्यं दुःखमाप्नोति
कष्टे भवति निष्फलम् मोक्षशीघ्राग्रचर्मणि कुशासने ज्ञानसिद्धि सर्वसिद्धिस्तुकम्बले
कुशर्वा दुर्वया देवी आसने शुभ्रकम्बले उपविश्य ततो देवी जपेदेकाग्रमानसः ध्येयं शुक्लं च शान्त्यर्थं पश्ये रक्तासनं द्विये अभेचारे कृष्णवर्णं पीतवर्णं नागमे उत्तरे शान्तिकामस्तु पश्ये पूर्वामुखो जपे दक्षिणे मारणं प्रोक्तम्
पश्चिमे च धनागमा
मोहनं सर्वभूतक्षकरं भवेत् देवराज प्रियकरं
सर्वलोकवशं भवेत्
सर्वेषां स्तम्भनकरं गुणानां च विवर्धनम् दुष्कर्मनाशनं चैव सुकर्मसिद्धिदं भवेत् असिद्धं साधयेत् कार्यं नवग्रहभयापहम् दुःस्वप्ननाशनं चैव सुस्वप्नफलदायकम् सर्वशान्तिकरं नित्यं तथावध्यासमुच्यताम्
अभेदव्यकरं श्रीणां सौभाग्यदायकं सदा
आयुरारोग्यमैश्वर्य पुत्रपौत्रप्रवर्धनम् अकामता श्रीविधवा
जपमोक्षमवाप्नुयात्
अवैधव्यं सकामातो लभते चान्यजन्मनि सर्वदुःखभयान्विघ्नं
नाशये च पारकान्
सर्वबाधाप्रशमनं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षदम् यं यं चिन्तयते कामं तं तं प्राप्नोति
निश्चितान्
कामितस्य कामधेनु कल्पना कल्पपादपाः चिन्तामणि चिन्तितस्य
सर्वमङ्गलकारकान् मोक्षहेतुर्जपे नित्यं मोक्षश्रेयामवाप्नुयात् भोगकामो जपे योगे तस्य कामफलाप्रदान्
जपे च तक्षसौरश्च गाणपत्यश्च वैष्णवाः शैवस्य सिद्धिदं देवी
सत्यं सत्यं न संशयः
अथ काम्य जपे स्थानं
तत्तयनिवरानने सागरे वासरतीरे अत्तवारिहरालये शक्तिदेवालये गोष्ठे सर्वदेवालयेषु मे माते वृन्दावने तथा निर्मले स्थाने नित्यानुष्ठानतोऽपि वा तिष्ठति तत्र देवगणाः सर्वे क्षेत्रे कृते वसन्ति
आसनस्थः शय्यानो वा गच्छन्तिष्ठन् नरन्नपि
अश्वारूढो गजारूढः सुप्तो वा जागृतोऽपि वा शुचिस्मात् सरसरज्ञाने गुरुगीताजपेन तु तस्य दर्शनमात्रेण पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते
समुद्वेच्य यथातोऽयं क्षीरे क्षीरं गते
गतान् विनेतुं यथाकाशात् तथा परमात्मनि तथैव ज्ञानि जीवात्मा परमात्मनि लीयते ऐक्येन रमते ज्ञानी यत्र तत्र दिवानिशाम् एवं निरो महामुक्तः सर्ववर्तते बुधः तस्य सर्वप्रयत्नेन करोति
सर्वसन्देहरहितो मुक्तो भवति पार्वती
भुक्तिमुक्तिद्वयं तस्य विभागे च सरस्वती अनेन ज्ञानिनः सर्वे गुरुगीताजपेन तु सर्वसिद्धिं प्राप्नुवन्ति भुक्तिमुक्तिं न संशयः सत्यं सत्यं पुनः सत्यं धर्मं सत्यं मयोनितं गुरुगीता संगं नास्ति सत्यं सत्यं वरानने एको देव एको धर्म एकनिष्ठा परं तपः गुरुपरतरं नान्यत् नास्ति तत्त्वं गुरुपरम् माता धन्या पिता धन्यो धन्यो वंशात्मकं तथा धन्या च वसुधा देवी गुरुभक्ति सुदुर्लभा शरीरमिन्द्रियं प्राणश्चर्दस्वजनबन्धवः माता पिता कुलं देवी गुरुरेव न संशयः
अकल्पजन्मना कोट्या जपावता तपाक्रिया तत्सर्वं सफलं देवे गुरुसन्तोषमात्मता विद्यातपो बलेनैव मन्दभाग्याश्च ये नराः गुरुसेवां न कुर्वन्ति
सत्यं सत्यं वरानने
विष्णु महेशाश्च देवस्य पितृकिन्नराः सिद्धाचार्ययक्षाश्च अन्येऽपि मुनयो जनाः गुरुभावा परं तीर्थम् अन्यतीर्थं निरर्थकम् सर्वतीर्थाश्रयो देवी पारं दृष्टं च वर्तते येन जयमप्नोति शानन्दफलमाप्नुयात् येन कर्मजं सर्वं स्थानानि च कर्माणि च व्यपमेन कर्मं कुर्वन् येन कर्मफलप्रदं गुरुगीता प्रयाणेव सङ्ग्रामे उपसङ्कते प्रपञ्चयमवप्नोति मरणे मुक्तिदायकम् सर्वकर्म च सर्वत्र गुरुपुत्रस्य सिद्ध्यति इदं रहस्यं नो वाच्यं तं वाग्रे कथितं मया सुगोप्यं च प्रयत्नेन महान्तं च प्रयत्निति स्वामिमुख्य गणेशादि कृष्णवरिणं च पार्वती मनसापि न वक्तव्यं सत्यं सत्यं वदाम्यहम् अतीव पक्वचित्ताय श्रद्धाभक्तियुक्ताय च प्रवक्तव्यमिदं देवे ममात्मासि सदा प्रिये अभक्तेवञ्च लोके धूर्ते पाखण्डे नास्ति केन्नरे मनसापि न वक्तव्या गुरुगीता कदाचन संसारसागरसमुद्धरणैकमन्त्रम् ब्रह्मादिदेव मुने पूजित सिद्धमन्त्रम् दारिद्र्यदुःखभवरोगविनाशमन्त्रम् वन्दे महामायामन्त्रम्। इति श्रीस्कन्दपुराणे उत्तरखण्डे ईश्वर-पार्वती संवादे गुरुगीता समाप्ता। श्री गुरुदेव चरणारविन्दं। नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे विश्वसंसारहारिणे भक्तकार्यैकदेहाय
नमस्ते चित्सदात्मने निर्वासनं निराकाङ्क्षां सावधूषाविवर्जितां निरालम्बं निरान्तां नित्यानन्दं नमाम्यहं निर्ममं निराहारं समालोष्टाश्मकाञ्चनं समालोकासुखनिरम् आवरुतं नमाम्यहम् अविनाशिनमहानं एकविघ्नाय तत्त्वता
वीतरागभयक्रोधम्
नित्यानन्दं नमाम्यहम् आवरुतं नमाम्यहम्
समस्तं कल्पनामात्रं याज्ञामुक्ता सनातना इति विज्ञाय
संकृतं नित्यानन्दं नमाम्यहम् ज्ञाननिराग्नकर्माणं कामसङ्कल्पवर्जितं हेयोपरे ऐनान्द्रम् अवधूतं नमाम्यहम् स्वभावेनैव यो योगी सुखं भोगं न वाञ्छति यदृष्टावसन्तुष्टं नित्यानन्दं नमाम्यहम् देवनिन्दाप्रशंसायां यस्य विक्रियते मनः आत्मप्रेरणं महात्मानम् अवधूतं नमाम्यहम् नित्यं जागरावस्थायां तन्नवयोऽवतिष्ठते
निश्चिन्तं चिन्मयात्मानं
नित्यानन्दं नमाम्यहम्
द्वेषं नास्ति प्रियं नास्ति नास्ति यस्य शुभाशुभम् भेदज्ञानविहीनं तम्
अवधूतं नमाम्यहम्
जडं पश्यति नो यस्तु
जगत्पश्यति चिन्मयं नित्ययुक्तं गुणातीतं नित्यानन्दं नमाम्यहम् यो हि दर्शनमात्रेण
भवति भुवनद्वयं पावनं जङ्गमं तीर्थम् अवधूतं Jaya Gurudeva Avinashi Jnana Rupa Jaya Gurudeva Avinashi Jnana Rupa Pada Pada Pagade
Om
कृपांजना पायो मेरे भाई राम बिना कछु जानत नाहि
गुरु कृपांजना अंतर रामा पार रामा
अंतर राम बाहर राम
अंतर रामा बाहर रामा
अंतर राम बाहर राम
जहाँ देखो तान रामा ही रामा
जहाँ देखो तहाँ
रामा ही रामा गुरु कृपांजना पायो मेरे भाई राम बिना कछु जानत नाहि गुरु कृपांजना
पायो मेरे भाई राम बिना कछु जानत नाहि
गुरु कृपांजना जागत रामा सोवत रामा
जागत
जागत
राम सोवत राम
जागत रामा सोवत रामा
जागत राम सोवत राम
सपने में देखो तो राजा ही रामा
सपने में देखो
तो राजा ही रामा जानत नाहि गुरु कृपांजना पायो मेरे भाई राम बिना कछु
जानत नाहि
गुरु कृपांजना एक जनार्दने बाबाइने का
एका जनार्दने भावहिनी का
एक जनार्दने बाबाइने का
एका जनार्दने भावहिनी का
जो देखो सो राम सरीखा जो देखो सो राम सरीखा गुरु कृपांजना पायो मेरे भाई राम बिना कछु जानत नाहि गुरु कृपांजना पायो मेरे भाई राम बिना कछु जानत नाहि गुरु कृपांजना पायो मेरे भाई राम बिना कछु जानत नाहि गुरु कृपांजना पायो मेरे भाई राम बिना कछु जानत नाहि गुरु कृपांजना गुरु कृपांजना गुरु कृपांजना
Nandaya Gurave Shishya samsara harinyakarye kadehaya namaste chitsadatmane. Om Namah Shivaya Gurave Sachidananda Murtaye Nishprapanchaya Shantaya Nilalambaya Tejase. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahe Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Satgurnath Maharaj ki jai. Just take a moment to feel whatever it is that you are feeling inside of yourself. A moment of peace, a moment of gratitude, a moment of gratefulness. Wonderful that we can all be here together on this early spring or early autumn morning, though it is the month of June. What is supposed to be Father's Day. But even though it's Father's Day only once a year, you have to be Father's Day for the other 364 days also. Don't think you're only Father's Day on this day. So I'd like to welcome everybody here this morning. On this Sunday, we gather every Sunday, we have Satsang. And here we are in this space. And very special welcome to all of these people who've come from all different places of this earth. I was thinking of Karen, who's come from Melbourne, Australia, who left tomorrow and arrived yesterday. When she departs, she will depart today and arrive day after tomorrow. Still haven't figured that out. What happens to that day that we supposedly gain, to the day that we supposedly lose? Many people have told me, I want to tell God, don't count these 2 years. You know, that these 2 years can't be accounted for, that I need an extension in this life, because nothing happened in these 2 years. And, well, a lot happened. I wouldn't say that nothing happened. It just depends on how you viewed time. Space and time is a very interesting and amazing concept, if you can even begin to understand. Because when you realize life is just about space and about time. I always tell people at the temple in Magod, now we have bells all around the temple. And one of our Swamiji's Prakashananda, he has made it so that the Arati bells that are rung, they are on a 7-beat cycle. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so it's like you have to. And so people who have never studied music, who have never understood music, who have never understood beat, they don't quite know how the 1, 2 goes, how the 1 and the space and the 2 goes. And so it's really interesting to watch. And I always tell people, understand space, understand time. When accident happens on the highway, because of this, space and time. Think of that. So, Kirtan, which we do here often, which they hear last night, is wonderful in teaching space. Because how do I bring my clapping on time? How do I bring my cymbals on time? Everybody thinks it's just 1, 2, 3. It's not just 1, 2, 3. So all that affects all this. During this week, I came here to the course and I said, 3 things intrigued me. Guru, karma, mind. The Guru, karma, and mind. Of course, there are many things that are intriguing, but in this life that we live, these 3 things are very intriguing. There's a verse in the Gita which says, Dhyana moolam guru murti, puja moolam guru padam, mantra moolam guru vakyam, moksha moolam guru kripa. Meditate upon the Guru's form. So immediately one thinks, statue, picture, form immediately brings to them the person, the individual. But if you go to the other verse, Brahmanandam Paramasukadam, what is the Guru? The Guru is knowledge. So what do I meditate upon? The knowledge that is given by the Guru. I want all of you who are sitting here, all of them listening wherever they are online, to begin to think about this, because everybody always comes to me and explains to me afterwards. Let me explain to you. I say, no. Now at this age, I want you to listen to me. Let's make a change. I think I have understood a little bit. And I want you to step out of your box, out of your own limited well that you live in, and begin to think about this Dhyana Moolam Guru Murti. Who is the Guru? Or what is the Guru? It's knowledge. Puja Moolam Guru Padam. Worship the feet. So people immediately think, hold on to the feet, hold on to the feet, hold on to the feet, pranam to the feet, wash the feet, drink the water of the feet. But the question is, what is the feet? The feet is on which you stand. The feet is on which each and every one of us stands. So what does the Guru stand upon? In the Vedic tradition, we have the mantra that the Guru gives us, Aham Brahmasmi. I am the Absolute. Tat Tvam Asi. That thou art. You are that absolute consciousness. I am Atma Brahma. I am the Absolute. I am consciousness. This indweller within me, within this physical form, is nothing but that divine consciousness. So, when you think, instead of running after the feet and thinking, I have to bow, I have to catch on to the feet, I have to hold on to the feet, begin to think of this. What is the wisdom? As Baba Muktananda, if you listen to his teachings, it's see God in each other. Paraspara Devo Bhava. How happy or pleased he would be if in our life we got that. But we say, no. Baba didn't mean that. Baba just said it. Okay. I mean, we watched a video last night. You saw how excited he was telling Buckminster that that which is in me is in you, that which is in you is in me. And I think it cannot be any further simpler than that. If you don't understand that, then listen to this. Mantra moolam guror vakyam. What is the root of mantra? The words spoken by the Guru. So if you don't understand the first 2 things I just said, or disagree with me, then the very same verse says Mantra moolam guru vakyam. That which is said, that which is repeated. And Baba Muktananda repeated this again and again and again. And so if you understand these three things, you attain the fourth. Moksha moolam guru kripa. Grace. Grace which will free you from this cycle of karma and mind. I know you don't agree with a word of what I just said, but it's okay. I have to say what I have to say because that's what I feel, that's what I think. And I say that, you would say, no, why do you? Fortunately for me, I've been steady, consistent, walking like we did this morning on this path since I came out of the womb of my mother. I haven't gotten lost. My mind hasn't taken over yet. I mean, I still have some more years to this life, I think. So I'm doing pretty good. And so karma has been good. It has played its role. But I understood this verse, which the Guru Gita says, Karmana manasa vacha nityamara dayed gurum dirga dandam namaskritya nirlajjo guru sannidho. Your actions, your mind, through these two things, through your actions, through your mind, constantly offer salutations, whatever it is that you feel, whatever it is that you are doing in life, whatever it is that you are thinking, just surrender it to that divinity. Don't get caught in I, me. Just realize it is that divine. Dirgadandam namaskritya nirlajjo guru sannidho. It is with a complete surrender, a total surrender. Here again, people think, because the word is dirgadandam namaskritya, that means fall flat on the ground. People do this on the physical level, but when you watch actually that which they do in life, it shows nothing of that. Paula was telling us yesterday that Baba Muktananda said, I just had to see one step and one ankle, right? A person taking just one step and one ankle, meaning when they are coming towards me, that one step of theirs and their ankle of theirs tells me everything about them. Now, if you're not subtle enough to understand this, you'll think, what will that tell me? I have shared this here before, and I'll share this again. You would stand next to him, Does he have a name? Does she have a name? As soon as you asked him that, he would look at you like, what an idiot. I mean, you are unworthy of even standing next to me. So you basically, in that very millisecond, or whatever is smaller than a millisecond, had to figure out what is the conversation that has been taking place, who is the person that has walked by in his vision, and go and get that correct, exact, right person without a doubt. And if he saw you bringing the wrong person, he would immediately tell the other person, go get. And he would tell you, you are just wasting real estate. Wasting my time, wasting my energy. Go and work in the garden. And I always tell people, what amazed me, we had an Englishman named Mark Gordon, who's still, I think, in London, who ran the upper garden for 12 years. Go to him and say, Baba said to do seva. And it would be like 3, 4 in the afternoon. It was like 100 degrees. And he would look at you and say, seva. And he said, go gather the elephant dung, the horse dung, and the cow dung. And he couldn't even tell Mark, can't I just go water the plants? That would be better, I've come from the courtyard, I stand next to Baba and I have a, status in life. like the WhatsApp status and the other status everybody has on social media. My status is that I stand next to Baba. But somehow you couldn't, because he would just look at you, that if you utter one more word, I'm just reporting back through that inner consciousness. Because all Seva leaders around Bhuktan Baba had this inner non-mobile connection. Because somehow when you reported back to Baba, he would already know. And I always wondered and still wonder to this day, that's why I said the Guru, the mind, and the karma, these intrigue me. Because how would he already know that I'd had a debate with Mark about the Seva? So we learned over time that Mark said, do that, you just did it. And then of course the great teachers around us said, you are just burning karma. And he would be like, okay, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to make any more karma. Because the mind is there, ready to kick in. I love a story I often share. A man watches a mother and a daughter having a little interaction. And the man watches this woman say, Jennifer, relax. Jennifer, relax. And after a few times of her saying this, he goes up and he says, ma'am, aren't you speaking a little bit of adult language to the little child? She says, what makes you think I'm speaking to the little child? I'm speaking to myself. I am Jennifer. So sometimes in these situations, I would think to myself, relax. Take a deep breath. Stand straight, pull all of those muscles and all of those things together and just go to the cows, go to the elephant, go to the horse and just burn out karma, quiet the mind. 5 days later, Baba would be walking by and he would look at you and say, what are you doing here? I need you by me. There's nobody there. And you'd look at him like, okay. Because you couldn't tell him that 5 days ago you sent me here, don't you remember? No way. Don't even dare to say that. So therefore, when I think I had a 20-year lifespan in the physical form of Baba Muktananda, I probably understand only a few years of it. The rest of was in awe and of course too young also. But what little I gather from that, some of these verses, there's another verse I love, which we sing again here in the Guru Gita. And all of this, when you first start chanting, you just read, you chant, and then slowly you begin to understand. Anandam anandakaram nityamaham namami. I offer salutations again and again, or constantly, to Sri Guru. What is he? He offers the experience of Ananda. In that presence, in that company, there is satisfaction, there is contentment. And what happens is I begin to realize and understand, who am I? Why? Because he is the Vaidya, the doctor, who makes us free of the cycle of birth and death. And because he is a yogi who has conquered everything in that presence, in that knowledge, in that understanding, which I offer salutations to again. So, we are fortunate that in all of these thousands of years, such great beings have lived. Their disciples have lived. That knowledge, that wisdom, those teachings continue on. What we understand, what we don't understand, I think at the end of the day, doesn't matter. That's my conclusion. What matters is that we just do it. We do it. We do it. We are steady. We are consistent. We enjoy the space. We are on beat. We are on time. And over time, these illuminations begin to take place within yourself. You know, you've heard, you've read, and then you have pondered, you have contemplated, and then the illumination takes place. And when the illumination takes place, there is the dissolution of the ignorance. And then that dissolution brings about Vachinyam Brahma. Words do not describe, cannot express that which is going on within. So we have Larry Holmes with us. I give each one of you a category. He's our counselor, consultant. That's what he was to Baba too. The official title was secretary. He came to Baba with letters. He ran the courses. You heard his voice on the video last night. We didn't see you though, I think. I thought we would see him, but no, we just heard the voice. So the voice that began from the talk that day in Oakland Ashram continues, and his speciality is his voice. Rest, whatever, I don't know, but that voice itself is soothing. You know, you could listen to it and go to sleep, even if he's saying, you know, whatever the teachings are and so on and so forth. So I think later there could be a new business, you know, a new app. Larry Holmes puts you to sleep. Because it's nice, you know, I mean, I always think to myself, as a seeker, as somebody on the path, what do I want to be? I want to be soothing. I want to be calming. You know, for those of you who've been here at Satsang, sometimes I bring the sponge with the yellow side and the green side. And I ask everyone, which side do you want to be? The smooth yellow side or the green scouring side? Because, you know, we have both within each one of us. And each moment we make a choice. What will I be? What will I be? What will I be? And then that's how the karma and the mind. And I tell you, be genuine in the choice, because people make fake choices. And you can feel the scouring just hiding in there. And you know, they just, it could go anywhere. And so sometimes when I know that the green side is ready, I say, we'll catch up later. Because just, it's like that. And then we have Dana Wilkinson. He's just turning his, giving it up to listen to what I'm going to say about him. I said to him yesterday that he's here by default. He said, let me correct that. I'm here by choice. I am here, and Jackie too, and Andrea is by default today. So, Jackie and him, like for those of you who heard, somewhere when they were enjoying paradise, Kauai paradise, something triggered them to come to Walden. They thought for a visit, and they're still here visiting. So Dana specializes in the poet saints of India. I won't say just Maharashtra. That's his passion, and that's his love. He has a talk tomorrow on the Guru, and I said to him, just bring 5 poems on the Guru, and that 5 poems will cover the hour. And he looked at me like, yeah, really? I said, yeah, it's simple. You know, I mean, you don't have to say anything. They say everything, and you just have to express your own bhava, feeling of what they say. Because ultimately the whole guru-disciple relationship is based on one very important ingredient which Baba Muktanda calls the perfect relationship. And the word I would use here is attitude. Because love is a corrupted word and it's a wrong word. Because the English word for it is devotion. Then we have Mark, actually, he's been smiling away at me all through the Guru Gita, and even just now, like wondering what's he going to say about me. I've known all three of them for a long time, since they were young. I was younger, in case you were wondering, okay? They were young, I was younger. Like I said last week, visiting him in his room up above the temple. And again, to date, don't know why I visited him. But there were some people that were attractive in who they were, or how they were. And sometimes it was just the attitude, I would say. Saying much, I just remember him talking in his southern drawl, and I couldn't understand a word of what he said because my English was Indian at the time. So, but I gathered something. I gathered Jaya Gurudev. But he must have said something that my young teenage mind understood. And we have Paula Moss. You gather Moss, is that right? Anyway. Mark, actually, I have to go back to Mark's specialty. He himself claims it is meditation. And he said, I'm here to inspire, right? He said, I'm here, if I do nothing else, all I want to do is inspire those taking the course, those taking the retreat. If they can just be inspired to meditate, inspired to do sadhana. So if you haven't got it yet, you have one more week to get it, right? And then we have Paula, who I told her yesterday, just get a hall this big. Just teach Hatha Yoga. I said, don't do anything else. I said, this space just has to be open. People will come. I said, in the Indian tradition, when an acharya gets to a certain age in his life, and then you'll hear the students say, Guruji is just sitting there. And so Guruji is just sitting there from early morning through the day till late in the evening. So the student just comes and says, Guruji, don't understand this. And he looks at you, he looks at that. And then he maybe explains it to you. Or maybe tells you to come back. Depends on the whole relationship. So Mark Hayes told me she's very poetic. I said, along with that, very intense and clear. I remember her from Washington, D.C. when we went there. It was a very intense and clear time. I was not even 21 yet. But we had a wonderful time, a wonderful weekend. Devyani was there too, Molly Whitehouse. And just when we think of those days, of first Baba Muktananda and the time we spent, the time we all spent together for a few years after he left his body. And do you think people today imagine love, they imagine peace, they imagine oneness. I realized that they haven't even understood what is love, what is peace, what is oneness. It's just a concept that they share. Seriously. And when I hear these people, I think, oh my God, I cringe. I'm like, you are so far away from that which is, you can just breathe it. But it's a very new age thing to say, wear the right t-shirt, have the right tattoos, have the right earrings, the right hairstyle, and that expresses peace and love. And we have Archana here, whose car is so filled with stickers, I wonder how she watches over the windshield to drive. And she's laughing, so that's good. Om. So, and then she has enough beads to tell you that I am Om. And as I said to everybody in the course, you cannot ohm away your problems. You have to actually live it. Then we have Devyani. What do I say, right? Anything I say, I'll get in trouble. So, we've known each other for 40 plus years. I knew her when she was younger, because she's a couple years behind me in life. So, we've traveled this, all of us in a way have traveled this path together for all of these 50 years almost. And the fact that we are even here together in the same room, under the same roof, under the same picture of Baba Muktananda, saying the same things, that means the pressure cooking has worked. The beans are cooked, these beans. That means we have been able to savor the teachings. When Paula came last year and she saw Devyani chanting and singing, she said, only one young one left who's chanting, singing, leading the kirtans, leading the chants. Because it takes a lot of steadiness, a lot of consistency, a lot of just staying put in today's society, I would say, is a very important teaching that needs to be given. We think a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of that and a little bit of that and a little bit of that. And then we make a goulash. If you've never heard the word goulash, look it up. I think it's G-O-U-L-A-S-H, if I'm correct. I think it's a mix of everything, and actually it's nothing. So we won't serve you goulash, that we are sure for. Because anybody who serves goulash, I make sure that they go out to serve their goulash. Because we want that which the sages have served for the past many thousands of years. That which we have heard, which we have read, which we have understood, and that which is alive and kicking within us. Because that's what to me is nididhyasana. Nididhyasana is that you have heard it, you've read it, you've pondered it, you contemplated it, and that teaching is now alive within you. You're not just saying it, you're not just thinking it, but you are feeling that. Because you are feeling it. So when you express it, the person in front of you also understands that which is going on. So Anandamayi Ma says, if you haven't learned how to cry yet, then go hang out with those who know how to cry. And not cry out of sadness, but cry out of the joy that arises from the heart. So before I take too much time, because mine was just a welcome today. So welcome is to all of these people who've been here for this past week teaching and will continue on this upcoming week teaching, and all of these people who have, I would say, donated about 20 days of their time, to come here, to just be here. And they have a grueling schedule. We have the worm who's crawling along. She's all of 80 plus, I think, right? 81. And she wants to be underground. And everyone else. Because they start early in the morning, go through the entire day, and just run from one thing to the next. And they love it when they finally reach their bed and without even taking any Valium, they're gone. And all that goes on in their dreams is just the mantra, the mind, the guru, the yoga, take the breath, pull up the muscle, and whatever else they have heard. And then they wake up the next morning and they're like, okay, at it again. And all this, I'll tell you, takes lifetimes. And as you go through it, then you understand this Nityam Aradaye Gurum Nirlajjau Guru Sannidhau. I worship that principle, that Guru constantly. And unashamed questions? I thought we'd give Devyani a role to play. Ugh. You can sit. Yeah. So we've asked the course participants, I think, to submit a question. And so there are questions that will be asked, and I guess they can. Does it say who's to answer who? Or?
Some of them do.
Okay, some of the questions have
Some of them are just general.
Person who has a responsibility to answer, and they all have about 15 minutes
So this
with commentary, with opinions.
my name's not on it, and that's Dana. His name's not on it, but
Okay,
because there's more, but I just snatch those out.
all right, so we'll start.
If you want to answer one, there's one for you.
Is that for Devyani?
Funny. That includes a very strong initial immersion on the path, then a long stage in a life in the world, and finally a reunion marked by events, if you will, abnormal, which are not framed in the general ones of what that usually happens to us. Could you explain how you feel that this mechanism works, which brings us back to the path, and that implies that there is stored information waiting to be activated and take the individual back to the cradle of his lineage?
You might want to give her the question because there's a lot of words.
Great.
Need glasses now. Sadhana in the world. Yeah, I think it's like many of you. When you look around, there's only a few people who are here in the ashram full time. And I think the rest of us, it's very much like me. You go through your life putting out small fires. That's what I do. I wake up in the morning and I put out small fires. Is there anyone like that here? Yes, I think this is it. Remember the last teaching in that story where Baba said, do the practices and everything else will come. That was it. That was my teachings for the next 15 years while I was in the ashram. Do the practices and everything else will come. So what has happened? And I'll just give you a rundown. In my life, I followed Baba's teachings, as Gurudev was saying this morning, the teachings. You take that as the Shakti and generate this every day through the practices. And I was very good at doing this while I was in the ashram. And when I left, that was 1990, and I also maintained the practices, continued. 2002, I stopped doing the practices, and it became very difficult to make choices and decisions in my life. This is what I can just tell you, that there was this wall, and I didn't know why, and I didn't relate it to the fact that I stopped the practices because my life in Rome and Italy was just taking off. I was married, I adopted my son, and I was a mother at the age of 51. And I sacrificed all the practices to be the wife, to be the life started. I stopped making decisions for myself, choices for myself, but for others. And I ran into a brick wall 2020. And I started doing the practices. Started with the Gita, pranayama, meditation. I was starting to make choices again. Those choices were for me, benefiting my life, putting me back on track again. I was able to put out small fires again. I was able to give love to other people. Do the practices and everything else will come. I think this is all for me. This is all I have to say, and I will continue to do this until I'm not here in this world anymore. Because I understood, I ran up against the brick wall. I know what that feels like. And so my devotion to the path, coming back here, is only for one reason: to get deeper into the practices and to the love of the path that Baba's shown me in the beginning. That's it. I hope I answered your question. Yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Paula. So now we move on to Dana. This question is for you, Dana. How can I expand totally and surrender in order to receive everything?
Well, as soon as I get totally expanded, I'll let you know. Well, I think when you surrender, you expand. If you surrender, you're letting the ego go, and that which is already fully expanded is available to you, is revealed to you. It's the idea of grace, is expansion and oneness. And we get very expanded when we're in the presence of grace. Here together in this company, especially this week and especially now, we feel completely enveloped in this grace. And so in that grace, we feel the surrender. We feel the ego just being satisfied, being calmed. The fires of the mind are gone out. And so there's a feeling of expansion. And the expansion is our natural state. And so we love that. That's the Divine Mother. It's like, oh, you're in the arms of the Mother, and the Guru is the Mother, the Shakti is the Mother, the mantra takes us to the Mother. So the mantra, it comes back to the mantra. That's what works for me. And Tukaram says, Baisoni Nivanta Shuddha Kari Chitta Taya Sukha Paranahi. He says, oh friend, oh Tukaram, he's talking to himself. He says, because he wants to expand. Tukaram was a great yogi, a very simple farmer whose name in his poetry is, it's been 500 years and they're still singing his poetry. So he says, oh, sit quietly and meditate. Purify your mind. Purify your mind and you'll know happiness that is beyond measure. You'll become totally satisfied. You'll become totally expanded because the teachings say that expansion is ananda. That is love. And that's what we love. We love to be in love. and that's surrender as well. This morning I was in the basement. I found a cubbyhole down there. Madhu's office, his construction office, to take as an office during these 2 weeks, because every space in the ashram was full. So using that, and I had my eye on it for several months. I said, as a last resort, that's where I'm going. Jackie says there's too many fumes down there. I'll be okay. So I go down there early in the morning and walk through the darkness. And the other day I saw the moon was out 2 days ago. It was early enough so it was still dark. And the moon was in the 5th phase of the dark moon, and it was still very luminous. It was up there in the sky. And I noticed the shadows, the moon shadow, the coolness of the moon. And usually you see shadows, I don't know why this really struck me, but the shadows of the sun. And the shade, the trees are shading the sunlight, so you see a shadow on the ground. And here was the moon shadow, like it wasn't Van Morrison, it was Cat Stevens, right? That wrote this song, I'm Moon Shadow. Very beautiful song. So it's and then did a little bit, well actually I didn't really do any work because I was thinking of not going on the walk this morning at 5:30 with Gurudev through the forest and up the road and past practical philosophy. And as he was going, he told us some wonderful stories about the property, about this, I shouldn't say a property, I should say land. But on the way, just before I left, I opened the door and the bottom of the stairs, you all know the stairway that goes down to the basement, and I looked there in the corner and there was a toad. And this little toad is next to the wall. He's in there and said, don't hurt me. I said, I'm not going to hurt you. And I almost walked by. Somebody else will get him later. Still be there. Somebody else will get him. And I remember Gurudev's, he's always getting me to pay attention. The other day, he came from his walk, and I'm asking him a sort of semi-philosophical question about the Devi. I told you guys in the course, the Mukambika temple. And next day, that evening, he sent me the information I had asked for. But he was standing there with a bunch of pieces of paper that he'd picked up on his walk. The litter that he finds everywhere, and he just picks it up. He doesn't leave it for somebody else to pick it up. So he's taught me a lesson. Along with another lesson was, make your bed first thing in the morning. Okay? Practical things like time and space. Do it now, do it properly, do it on time. And these are the small things that mean a lot. So the toad was there, and I said, no, I won't wait. So I went back, I said, okay, I'm going to go on the walk. And I got my blue vest, and I went in there, and I was thinking, how am I going to pick him up? Because he's a toad. Anyway, I took my blue vest, and I gently put him around the toad, and I knew he was going to be okay in there, and he wasn't going to get injured. And I took him upstairs, and I put him out in the courtyard on a piece of dirt, and I thought, you'll be good here. And I felt, it was like immediate teaching. This is what the Guru does. He takes us from the bottom up to the top into the natural space in which you should be. We should be expanded. We should be in a state of surrender, because that's natural. That's our natural environment. So put him there and released him, and yeah, that's pretty much it. We're like that toad. We get stuck in the bottom, and the bottom is the mind. So we lose our way, and we need help. So we need somebody to pick us up. We need the compassion of the Guru that tells us, if you just surrender, I'll hold you, I'll take you up to the place where you need to be, which is the expanded natural state. Sadhguru Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank you, Dana. This question is for you, Mark. I heard Mark say that you have to depart from the linearity of space-time. I equate it with Gurudev's permanent comment that one has to abandon the rational mind. Could you expound this line of given by grace depending on karma or other issues inherent to the subject?
You said you set that one up. I know, because see, he addressed it this morning perfectly, and that's it. That's as simple as it is. Okay, yeah, I'll expound on it. I can just tell by the language who wrote this question. Now I know Gurudev had his hands in this. I'm not going to ever believe that he didn't. So, the idea of time and space, it's not that, just to be clear, time and space exist, but not in the concept that you have right now about time and space. We were raised in a conceptual fake reality. Time and space, you've got to move out of the rational mind and get into the heart space. And then you can start to understand the vibration of truth about time and space. It's not something you think about. You've got to get past this rational idea of thinking and figuring it out. You've got to release that and open yourself to the knowledge, the vibrational field of the knowledge that will awaken you. So if you're trying to figure this out, you're facing in the wrong direction. What I always say is, never face in a direction that you don't want to go. Yeah, everybody's laughing because that's what we do. But if you follow the discipline that we've all been talking about, that's inherent in this place, you're always facing in the right direction. And if you've used your discrimination, viveka, to be facing in the direction that you want to go, then you simply open. You continue to open and face forward in that direction that you have chosen. And you can have a great deal of faith and confidence in the intelligence of the Supreme Shakti, the Supreme Reality. If you have an issue or if you need to have a little course correction, be assured you will be informed. Just wake up and listen. Listen carefully. In the beginning, it's very, very subtle. But as you continue to walk the path, it gets more and more clear and more definitive. Definition and clarity is a mark of progress, realization, and expansion. If you're waffling around wishy-washy, that's a sign of avidya, ignorance. Clarity and definition. Face in the direction you want to go and open yourself as aggressively and intensively as you possibly can. And you will reach the goal very quickly and very efficiently. Here it's so simple. Here it's so simple. Because you just have to put one foot in front of the other here. And if you listen carefully and you keep your presence, all the beautiful people that are sharing with you, keeping you on the path. Use your discrimination. Open your heart. Continue to put one foot in front of the other. That's simple.
Sometimes facing in the direction, that's not, sometimes it's not the direction I want to go. But Mark was saying something really, really profound, which took me to Dharma, my duty. Sometimes that direction, I see it for a fact of not wanting to sell my apartment in Rome. After I worked so many years, I didn't want to give it up. But then as a mother, I noticed I wasn't going to have enough money to put my son through university. And so I was faced with that direction, which was, it didn't become the direction anymore, it became Dharma. And I think some of you might understand that. And so I sold my apartment, but what was great about selling my apartment was finally releasing from the karma of my mother-in-law because she was living upstairs and I was taking care of her. And I thought, this is great. I'll just move 2 blocks down the street and have some breathing room, okay? I'll still go over regular schedule, so on and so forth. So I took a nice apartment on the 7th floor for Lucho, and very quiet, but there's only one person living on that floor. And I remember after settling in, putting all my belongings down, I rang her bell, and I was surprised who answered the door. It was a 96-year-old woman who looked just like my mother-in-law. So we're living there on the same floor. And she got used to knocking on my door. Can you come and find out why I don't have hot water? And here we go. I didn't face that direction. I followed my dharma as a mother and my karma, which was to continue on the path of being open and offering my service in any way possible. So I began to take care of my neighbor all the way up until the day my son and I knocked on her door one morning and she didn't answer, and we knew something was wrong. There are rewarding experiences in life with people who are standing right next to you. And that is our sadhana. That's where we find dharma, and that's where we find love. It's not, Mom, don't knock on my door. I have enough heaviness, No. We can't organize what that experience is waiting for us. But what we can control is how we're going to approach what God puts in our direction. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
So I just read the question again just to make sure I answer it. I'll keep it brief, but I'm still within my 15 minutes, so... So the idea of abandoning the rational mind, just be clear that you're not going to lose your capability to think, okay? What happens as you become more and more awakened and more conscious is you increase your capacity to think, and the rational mind is always there waiting at your beck and call. I often tell people when they go to work, bring your rational mind in there and figure out all the problems and do a good job. When you get ready to leave work, put it on the shelf, go back to your mantra and continue on. So, it's a practical tool. Rational mind is a practical tool, and just understand it that way. If you're a yogi, you understand, you can differentiate these things. You don't have to be possessed by it. The mind is not something that possesses you, and you don't follow it around. You're in control. You're the master. You must assume that position. You are the master. And if you don't feel that way, then you need to work on it. And do your sadhana, and you will become the master of the mind. You can master the mind. It's a powerful tool and very beautiful. And you never abandon it. It'll always be with you. Many lifetimes.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Paula. So our next question goes to Larry Holmes. And that is, there's two questions, Larry. So one is, how
Yeah, why me? And guess what I found? Embedded in the stack of questions, one with my name on it, to add to the pile. This is like being around Baba. Oh, could you do that? Anyway, this one says, and maybe it's connected. Larry said that Baba told him not to be a nuisance. This was a story that I told about the early days before I had joined Baba, and I had taken it in one of the early intensives with him. So this person is saying that Larry had told him, Baba told him not to be a nuisance. He said a nice thing too. He said, go to the ashram in Ann Arbor and chant the Guru Gita. So that was good, and that was a beginning. And so it says, I feel a powerful teaching behind that. Yes, I did too. Because when he said, very good, go to the ashram, chant the Guru Gita, I thought, okay, that sounds like a way forward. And then just randomly for me, he said, and don't be a nuisance. And that was like a koan, yeah, right? It's like a koan. That's just, I didn't get it, and I have reflected on that particular koan till today. And elements of it come out and, reveal themselves. And in the course when I was sharing this experience, I said, based on something that Paula had mentioned about, the color of skin and black and white and all of that challenge, that at that time when Baba was saying that, I was struggling between the spiritual world and journey and the more radical world and journey. And I realized for me, the truth that was in that was that when I was acting out almost, let's say, and being, against and angry and upset about what I would have, I guess, called discrimination. I guess that's the word that's used, unfair. That coming from that perspective and point of view, from a spiritual point of view, was a nuisance. Because it wasn't coming from truth. It wasn't coming from unity or oneness. It itself was coming from a separate point of view. And as the Guru is wont to do, like Gurudev said, he might just say, him. You somehow or another supposed to get that. So when he said, don't be a nuisance, I realized that was one of those times. It was one of those things, like, you work it out. He didn't say another word about it. And I, in some sort of naive wisdom, didn't ask him anymore either about that. But it stayed with me. And I think it is so much a matter of being more and more aware. And that's why I say in some ways, these other two questions relate to that. I would say something about the point that Gurudev made, and believe it or not, it's related to this awareness and tuning into the teachings of the Guru, and just expanding, and maybe even related to what you were talking about, Dana, when it was, how do I surrender and open? And it comes when you're around the Guru in unexpected ways. And so at the time, this story, it was South Fallsburg, third tour maybe? I'm not sure if Gurudev was there. But I was the MC of the intensive. Baba had come in, he was starting, he sat down to start his talk, as he was wont to do. And he said something to his translator, to Guru Mai, and then she looked over it and said, Baba says, someone has a camera, can you go take that away from him? You have to understand, he didn't say who. And there was over 1,000 people in the room. and I was kind of like, okay, you know, maybe I can do that to break. Because Baba was starting his talk. And then she leaned over and said, Baba wants you to do that now. And he continued to talk. So he's going on with his lecture, you know, this sublime lecture, and I get up, and I just start walking down the middle aisle. And I mean, how, what, where, you know? And I got to a certain point, about halfway up, and I just stopped. And I looked back at Bob as he was continuing to talk. I didn't want to ask another question, but I just looked at him, and just with the subtlest tilt of his head, he just looked in one direction. And I looked, and the person with the camera was right there. And he just kept talking. And I was able to say what I said. And it's, to me, it's related to the totality of who the Guru is and the way they are just imploring us to become more aware in the tiniest ways sometimes, you know, and also the most embarrassing ways. Because the people didn't know what was going on, because it was just little conversations. Was he getting up and he's standing in the middle of the aisle and Baba's talking and this thing is going on and nobody is understanding, you know, what's going on here. And so in the midst of the highest teachings, simultaneously, the Guru's operating on you at another level, you know, and it's all a part of it. And for me, I think that question was, how can a true path be identified? I think is really, true path and true teaching. I don't think they're different. I think we were talking about the Guru-disciple relationship, and I think a true path is shown by a true teacher. And I think it's come out over the course of these days, and Gurudev was talking about it. It's like the teachings are there. They're ancient. They have been there. They've been passed down initially, word of mouth, you know, the Upanishads, sit near me and I'll explain, okay? And the Guru does that with the disciple. And then at a certain point, they're codified and written down. But long before that, this process is going on. And the true path is one, I believe, that is taught by a true teacher. And because they've heard those teachings. And if you look into the scriptures, you will find them say things, and I've said this many times, it's one of my favorite ones. sutras is that the Guru is the one who teaches the essential truth. The Guru is the one who teaches the essential truth. But that essential truth doesn't always have to be high sublime teaching. The essential truth can be sometimes very down to earth as well. And so we, I feel, have to just ask ourselves a question. And the question is, we come to ashram or a lecture or whatever, and I feel it's often missed. Why did I come here? What is my purpose in being here? What am I searching for? Because I could come just to get a mantra, to do a little bit of meditation, to meet some nice people. So sometimes when we ask, what is a true path? We haven't asked a prior question, why am I coming to this place? I thought, a profound spiritual experience before I met Baba. And I came to him because I was struggling with, what do I do with that level of experience? What do I do with that? How do I understand that? How do I make, I mean, it was clear it was the experience of unity. But, of course, as it happens when you receive those awakening experiences, it fades over a period of time. And now it's like, well, how do I get that back? What do I do, you know? And I did. I would go as, I was in a university town, so I'm picking up books and maybe talking to someone who kind of was interested in spirituality, but nothing really satisfied. Nothing really said, this is the way forward. And so I just said, I need help. And I think I actually used the word, because I was in a university town, I need a teacher. I need someone to explain this to me. Which also makes me think sometimes when people think, why do you need a guru? Because enough books so that you can now become a doctor. But when we think of a guru, it's like, well, I don't need a guru, that's not necessary. And the thing that the guru is teaching us is so sublime and so subtle. Out of frustration, like many of us, out of frustration, I thought, I need someone to explain this to you. And I wasn't thinking, I don't even think I used the word guru, but I need someone to help me. And within 2 weeks, I saw the poster, Be with Baba. And I thought, well, I don't have someone to explain to me yet, but he had one of those really jazzy hats on. So I thought, well, I do like jazz, so I'll go to that concert. And I got up close, and it said, Be with Baba, meditation, Baba. Okay, maybe that's an answer. And then my mentor in grad school came in, because he was interested in spirituality. He said, oh, Larry, look, there's this great sage coming to town. So we got to meet him in a nice formal setting. And so for me, I wasn't really clear, but I knew I wanted someone to take me further down the path. And so that's why I came to Baba. And I believe this, I don't know if it makes sense, but I believe that even with a thread of good intention, it takes you to the next level. So after Baba's lecture, which I missed most of because I was sitting near him and it just was like in a fog, a good fog, I was leaving and I just turned to look back at what was going to be the Ann Arbor ashram, and Baba was up on like the 3rd floor balcony. You know those kind of buildings in college towns that were built a long time ago, and they're like 3 and 4 stories, and it was one of those, and it was a tiny little balcony, and he just stepped out onto it. And I looked up, and he was just standing there with his hands behind his back, surveying. And the word that came to me was freedom. I just thought, he is totally free. And it wasn't a lecture that I heard. I could just feel that in his being. And I thought to myself, that's actually what I want, And so, kept returning. I think, and then as I heard more, I realized he was teaching. It was like this is revealing. When I first went to college, I majored in physics. Not a good idea. I mean, physics is wonderful, and it's great, but it wasn't meant for me with all the math and all of that. But why I'm mentioning it now is to say, when I started to sit and hear more from Baba, I could see the incredible wisdom. He was like the professor of all professors in my mind, you know. And also he wasn't teaching something that he had just made up, you know. And this is what I mean by the true path. It was like a tradition, and it had been passed down thousands of years. And he was explaining that, and he was talking about things like Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. And in my point in time, being in a college and studying, it just resonated with me. And I thought, oh, wow, there's something to this. There is a path. There's a true path. And this can teach me about this mysterious travels in front of you if you have some intention, and even a little bit of clarity of intention, and then you start to see, oh, this is true. And then you see that the Guru is the one, he's like I said, the professor of professors, but more than just knowledgeable, but with great knowledge, but this level of experience that not only he was benefiting from, but we were. And we were benefiting from it even just sitting there with him. Yes, and he could tell us all of this and all of that, but just being in his presence. And then I understood that a true path is in fact one that has always existed. It's not made up. It's not new in that sense. It's come down through antiquity, Guru to disciple, you know, and it's not like it's only to the successor, because everyone can receive that, but the successor has that responsibility of being thoroughly trained, practicing diligently, consistently over a long period of time, and then having, what word will I use? The grace and being grateful that my dharma is to make sure and to ensure that this tradition keeps moving forward, that it's not lost, you know? And so I could just feel that. And so when I met Gurudev, and you know, I saw the whole, you know, successorship, the Patabhishek and all of that, I got it at another level, that's how it works. And without that, you know, you start to get the soup of the soup of the soup, you know? And that's okay with you, fine. But if you want the real thing, then you want a true path that is carried forward by a true teacher who teaches the essence of what life is really about. So that's how it kind of mysteriously unfolded to me, and somehow or another I find myself still here. You know? Thank you. Who?
We thank Paula, Mark, Dana, Larry. And the next question is for Devyani. So I thought I should give the logical sequence. She was probably 12 years old when her mother started taking her to Hatha Yoga. And her and her sister went along, because that's what you do at that age. And then they met Baba in December 1978 at the Oakland Ashram. I was there, but I didn't notice her, because there, like Larry said, there was 1,000 people. And then she and her sister made plans. They came to South Fallsburg in the summer of 1979, which is where Baba was, and many of us were there. I still didn't notice her. She says she noticed me. Anyway, so Then we went on to Boston. She went back to California. We went to Miami. We came back to South Fallsburg again. This is someone of 80 by now. And then I noticed her. And of course, she had already noticed me. We were building different things. The ashram was developing. Things were going on. And just like you have a full day here, the ashram around Baba Muktananda was also a full 24 hours, I would say. You got to sleep for a little bit. But other than that, you had to do something when you were not sleeping. So either you were chanting or meditating or studying or doing seva. You could not be doing nothing. No matter what your age, it was important to him that that time, that lifespan had to be used. And you probably got a little glimpse of that in that video last night if you saw it. It's like only thought in his mind was, how do I awaken you? How do I make you get it? As Swami Shivananda says, that the elephant goes through the hut and breaks it down. Just imagine that. The elephant goes through the hut and breaks it down. So Baba was like that. He was the elephant that broke down your hut of ignorance, your wall of ignorance. You didn't stand a chance. So then we moved on to Santa Monica, which is what video you saw last night. And we arrived there, I think, in the September of 1980. And Devyani had made a choice, a decision, that she would join Baba on tour. And she had to choose, I think, you asked him? Okay. She says she asked him. It's a new detail I just found out, like you. She said, the only question I ever asked, that would have been in South Fallsburg, they should have asked. In 78 already, wow. So when she first met him, she already asked him, can I join you? So it took 2 years for the whole process to take place because you had to find a guardian because she was almost 16 by then. And then there was September of 1980, we were there in that blue and white tent. She was the person with all these books at the door and you'd come into the evening chant. Even though I didn't need a book, I would go up to her and say something, I have this silly habit of thinking I am funny. People don't always get my humor, but I think I am humorous. I have a sense of humor. Anyway, and so we got to know each other. Then I got sannyas the next month in November of 1980. It was Deepavali. And so that journey that began then, here we are, like I said, so many years later, through all of that which has happened in life, the good, bad, and the ugly, holding on, I think in all of the questions that I heard, the poet saints say, just hold on. Just hold on to the cloth. Just hold on to the teachings. When the question came to Dena, the abhanga that came to me was, Ata kote dhave mana. Now, I have seen you. The literal words is, I have seen your feet. But literally what the Tukaram wants to say is, I have seen you now. So where do I want to go? Because all my problems are solved. Bhaga gela, sina gela. And now I'm just in love with you. So that's what happened to all of these various people. So a question to Devyani. Since singing is a practice associated with devotion, are all fruits obtained by merely practicing from the space of the heart, even getting to the finish line, even without knowing the meaning of what is repeated?
Thank you, Gurudev. So I would say that at the age of 12, I did not understand the meaning of any of the kirtans. When I went to Baba in Oakland, I didn't understand the meaning of Om Namah Shivaya. I would say that over all the years as one text, another text, another text, all the various chants that we did, I didn't understand the meaning of any of it. However, the feeling, the experience that was generated in every program from the very beginning at 12 at the City Yoga Meditation Center in Southern California in a living room to the Oakland Ashram, the chanting of Om Namah Shivaya in that hall, the blue light on Bhagavan Nityananda's picture, Baba walking in, and everybody chanting that great Mahamantra to today. All I can say is that the more you chant and allow it to just keep unfolding from within, it gives you darshan of your mind. It gives you darshan of the Guru. And little by little, like a book that has pages that you keep turning one after the other, after the other, after the other, without asking any questions, but just going back to that inner feeling and that experience, everything is illumined. To the finish line, not there yet, so I can't tell you that. But in progress, definitely. But I would say it's not important to know the meaning of what is repeated. I know in Western terms, it's always we want to understand it all through the mind first, and then if we understand it, then we'll commit to it. But I would say, just start. Just start. Try to learn how to pronounce the words little by little, but feel the feeling that is invoked when everybody sings together. There's nothing like it. Every time a new person comes here, I'll say, just come to a Sunday satsang, sit in the company of everybody. If you understand, don't try to follow the book every time. Come at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock for the Guru Gita. Come at 10 o'clock. You'll have a chant, you'll have a talk, you'll have some. Just close your eyes and feel the feeling that surrounds you. See where it takes you. It takes you to the self. It takes you to that deepest place within us. And once you've had that, then all the rest will come. So it's just basically put one foot in front of the other. As Dana said, that Mark said that one, then as Dana said, it's like going from you're down in the mud and you get elevated and you're brought above. So all of that happens, but it's just doing it. And doing it, I think with chanting, it's easy because it's so beautiful, the practice of it. We all know music. I mean, it's like if you get in a car and you hear your favorite song, it's like roll down the windows, open up the sunroof, and you just want to sing, as loud as you can and enjoy that, your favorite song. So it's the same with chanting, but you have to participate. I want to say you get more out of it when you participate. It's like if you go into a patisserie or a bakery and you see your favorite cakes in there, and if you just keep looking at it saying, that's it. But you can have the cake in front of you, but if you don't take the fork, you don't take the and let that love for God, let that inner feeling just roll. Let it just go with it. It's like a huge, wave after wave after wave after wave. And more on Thursday. Sadhgurnath Maharaj Ki Jai. That's it. Short and sweet. It's 12:30. Respect for time and space. Now we have a real treat. Another treat.
Somebody listen to some Vedic chanting. We have Prabal, we have Govind, we have Dipanshu, I think will join in also. They're going to sing the 4th chapter, the 1st chapter, which Devyani loves, Tanme Manaha Shiva
Shiva
Sankalpamastu. Oh, my mind, have noble thoughts. Following that, they'll sing the 4th chapter, which is sung on from the Rig Veda, Samgachadvam, Samvadadvam, Sammonam Sijanatam. The prayer from the Rig Veda, which says, let us walk together, let us be together, let us think together. So all of this that you've heard, in maybe a modern expression, are teachings that the sages and gurus have given to us over lifetimes. Just constantly reminding us, so I am Devadatta, which comes in Vedanta, that we are looking. What are we actually looking for? We, in our own ignorance, are lost. It is a story in the Vedanta that 10 boys leave the ashram to go home. They come across a swift flowing river. They hold hands. They cross. And when they cross, the leader says, okay, let's count. So he counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. They count 3 or 4 times. And they are like, oh my God, we lost the 10th one. We lost the 10th one. We lost the 10th one. And there is an elderly person sitting there watching this entire drama, and he says, just all of you line up and I'll find the 10th one. I'll find the 10th one. And the leader is like, old man just doesn't get it. We've counted. So they all line up, and he goes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, and he comes to the leader, he goes, you are the 10th. So I am Devadatta. So what the story wants to tell us, that this is what we do. We are looking for something which is actually not lost. But in our own ignorance, in our own misunderstanding, we think it's lost. And so you come to the master, to the guru, to the teacher, and he says, you are the 10th one. And he goes, oh, I am the 10th one? So you look and he says, yes. There are 9, so I am the 10th one. So it's simple as that. Then the question that you asked, Larry, I think when you meet a life path, a life master, it's like touching a live wire. Simple as that. So Virji, Sisha.
शिवो वेदो वेदाध्यायी सदा शिवः तस्मात् सर्वप्रयत्नेन वेदमेव सदा पठेत् देवदेवोत्तमदेवते सार्वभौम अखिलाण्डकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायका ऋषिगणवन्द्या सच्चिदानन्दात्मन् यजुर्वेदप्रिया यजुर्वेदसेवाम् अवधारय श्रीगणेशाय नमः श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः श्री वेदपुरुषाय नमः श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम गणानां त्वा गणपतिं हवामहे प्रियाणां त्वा प्रियपतिं हवामहे निधीनां त्वा निधिपतिं हवामहे वसो मम अहमजानि गर्भधमा त्वमजासि गर्भधम् गायत्री त्रिष्टुब्जागत्यानुष्टुप्पङ्क्या सह बृहत्युषणीहा काकुत्सूचिभिः शम्यन्तु तव द्विपदाश्चातुकपदास्त्रिपदाश्च खट्पदाः विच्छन्दाश्च सच्छन्दाः सूचिभिः शम्यन्तु तव सहस्तोमाः सह छन्दस आवृताः सह प्रमारिकायाः सप्तदेव्याः पूर्वे काम्पन्थामनुदृशमुदैति दैवन्तदु सुप्तस्य तथैवैति दूरङ्गमञ्ज्योतिकाञ्ज्योतिरेकन्तन्मे मनः शिवसङ्कल्पमस्तु येन कर्माण्यपसो मनीषिणो जज्ञे कृण्वन्ति विदधे कुदीराः जदपूर्वं यक्षमन्तः प्रजानां तन्मे मनः शिवसङ्कल्पमस्तु यत्प्रज्ञानमुतचेतो धृतिश्च ज्योतिरन्तरमृतं प्रजासु जसमानरिते किञ्चन कर्म क्रियते तन्मे मनः शिवसङ्कल्पमस्तु येनेदं भूतं भुवनं भविष्यत्परिधिः तममृतेन सर्वं येन यज्ञस्तायते सप्तहोता तन्मे मनः शिवसङ्कल्पमस्तु यस्मिन् ऋचः सामयजुगुंसि यस्मिन् प्रतिष्ठिता रथना भाविवाराः यस्मिंश्चित्तज्ञो सर्वमोदं प्रजानां तन्मे मनः शिवसङ्कल्पमस्तु सुखारधिरसवा निवजन्मनुकियान्ये नीयतेभिषुभिर्वाजिन इव हृत्प्रतिष्ठं जदजिरं जाविष्ठं तन्मे मनः शिवसङ्कल्पमस्तु हरिः ओम बिभ्राट् बृहत् पिबतु सौम्यं मध्वायुर्दधजन्यापता भाविरुतं वातजूतो जो अविरक्षात् तमना प्रजाः पुपोकपुरोधा विराजति उदुतियं जातवेदसं देवं वहन्ति केतवः दृशे विश्वाय सूर्यं येनापावकचक्षसा भूरण्यन्तञ्जनां अनु त्वं वरुण पश्यसि देव्या वद्वर्जु आगतग्गो रथेन सूर्यत्वच मधुवाजज्ञग्गो समञ्जाते तं प्रत्नथायं वेनश्चितरन् देवानां तं प्रत्नथा पूर्वथा विश्वते मथा ज्येष्ठतातिं बरेहि खादग्स्वर्विदं प्रतीचीनं मृजानन्दो हसे धुनिमाशुञ्जयन्तमनुय सुवर्धसे अयं वेनश्चोदयत् कृष्णीगर्भा ज्योतिर्जरायुरजसोऽभिमाने इममपागुसङ्गमे सूर्यस्याशेषन्न विपरामतिभिरिहन्ति चितरं देवानामुदगाधनिकं चक्षुर्मितरस्य वरुणस्याग्नेः आप्राद्यावा पृथिवी अन्तरिक्षज्ञो सूर्य आत्मा जगतस्तस्तु कश्च आन ईडाभिर्विदते सुषस्तिविश्वानरः सविता देव एतु अपि यज्जदद्या कच्चावृतराहन्नुदगा अभिसूर्ज सर्वन्तदिन्द्रते वशे ताराणिर्विश्वाधारे शतो ज्योतिक्रीडासि सूर्य विश्वमाभासिरोचनम् तत्सूर्यस्य देवत्वन्ताहिन्वं मदीयात्कर्तोर्भिततग्गो सञ्जभार जदेदयुक्ता हरितः सदस्थादाद्रात्रिवासस्तनुते सीमसमै तन्मितरस्य वरुणस्याभिचक्षे सूर्यो रूपं कृणुतेऽद्यो रूपस्थे अनन्तमन्यदृशादस्य पाजाः कृष्णमन्यधारिताः संभरन्ति भण्महावसि सूर्यवडा द्वितीयमहावसि महस्ते सतो महि ऊर्जस्रवसा महावसि सतरा देवमहावसि मन्हादेवानामसुर्जाः पुरोहितो विभुज्योतिरदाभ्यम् शायन्त इव सूर्यं विश्वेदिन्द्रस्य वक्षत वसूनि जाते जनमान ओजसा प्रतिभागन्नदीधिम अधिया देवा उदिता सूर्यस्य निरग्गो हसः विपरीता निरावदीयात तन्नो मितरो वरुणो मामहन्त मदितिः सिन्धुः पृथिवी उतद्यौः आकृष्णेन रजसा वर्तमानो निवेशयन्नमृतं मर्त्यञ्च हिरण्ययेन सविता रथेन देवो जातिभुवनानि पश्यन् हरिः ॐ हरिः ॐ सन्समिद्योवसे वृषन्नग्ने विश्वाः निर्या इडस्तदे समेध्यसे सनो वशून्यावरा Sangachadvam samvadadvam sambho manansi janatam Deva bhagam yatha purve sanjanana upasate Samano mantra samiti samani samanam manaha sachittame esham Samanam mantramavimantра eva samanena vo havisha ajuhomi Samani va akoti samana hridayani vaha Samanamastu vo mano yatha va susahasati Hari Om Om Gyauho Shantirantarikshago Shanti Prithivi Shantirapah Shantirokadayah Shanti Vanasapatayah Shantirvishve Devah Shantirbrahma Shanti Sarvaggo Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredi Jato Yataha Samihase Tato No Avayam Kuru Shannaha Kuru Prajabhyo Bhayannaha Pashubhyaha Om Shanti 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 Sushantirabhavatu sarvarishta sarvopadrava Shantirastu Om Yadaksharam Padam Brashtam Matrahinam Chayad Bhave Tat Sarvam Shamyatam Deva Prasida Parameshwara Visarga Bindu Matrani Padapadaksharaणि cha न्यूनानि चातिरिक्तानि क्षमस्व परमेश्वरा यन्मया श्रुतमधीतं तन्मे मनसु तिष्ठतु तिष्ठतु सद्गुरुनाथ महाराज की जय.
So that was Vedic chanting. So as they were singing, I thought anybody who has a young person can send him to us. He will not go wayward. He will have focus. And don't think they only do this. Prabal does electrical. Govind is supposed to do plumbing. Dipanshu, as you see behind the audio video mixer. Of course, they do this. This is their main thrust in life. They perform ceremonies. But because they are boys, they are taught not to be useless. Don't be a nuisance, as Larry said. So Baba taught us that you must be fruitful in life. Like I said, time has to be used wisely. So we've had 50 new entrances come in, 50 new boys who have joined us, in addition to whoever has returned. I don't know how many have returned yet, because it's the month of June. They are still coming in. So hopefully by the end of the month, they'll all be there. So we should have about 150 of them. Studying Sanskrit, studying the Vedic chanting, studying computer, studying some of the modern languages. But mainly, I tell them, my only thrust is be good human beings. So there's a joke that somebody goes to a sage and says, what do you think I should be in life? He says, be a good human being. There's a lot of opening for that. There's a lot of places where you can be a good human being. So over the years, we've had many young men. These boys have lived with us, I think these two for 14 years, and I think Dipanshu maybe 15, 16 years. Remember Dipanshu still when he came as a very young little person. And the mind challenges itself. You think it's challenging you now, it challenges them also. But to hold on, to stick it out, to go through the schedule, to get up, to go to the temple, to do what needs to be done, only so that which is goodness or nobility blossoms within you. So we pray that with the grace of the Guru, Baba Muktananda's thought, which he planted within myself in 1980, in the winter of 1980, in a hallway in Miami, that here we are so many years later doing this, and we pray that we are able to expand this in a way so that that which we find in society today, depression and suicide, this is the best and the medicine that will bear fruit. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. And it will bring out whatever is that darkness, whatever is that ignorance, and make you live life in a way that's uplifting, firstly for oneself, and then slowly for others as well. There is a purpose of satsang, which we do here every single day in all these various forms and formats. And again, it's not something we've created, it's not something Baba created, it's simply continuing that which many, many, many before us have done, are doing, and we pray that it continues. So we'll end today with Dhanya Dhanya and Jyota Jyota. I think you just stick the card in somebody's hand and then just take one and pass it forward. That will be the fastest way. So give some here, Jayashri, Durga, just take some, pass it on. And those who have the chanting book, it's in the chanting book also, Dhanya Dhanya and Jyota se Jyota. અહીંયા આવશે આસન મૂકો
Now it's on. Dhanya Dhanya ho Pradakshina Satguru Raya Chizali Vara Suravara Vimana Uttara Yachi Dhanya Dhanya ho Pradakshina Satguru Raya Chizali Vara Suravara Vimana Uttara
Para Chahan Bhakta Kirtana Kare Bhae Prema Darya Chahan Hari Shravana Kare Satya Loka Se Aaye Sab kuch diya aapne bekarunyana namaskar ki prem takarun jordan mein dono haath Namaskar ki prem takarun jordan mein dono haath Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Sadguru Nath Maharaj ki Sadguru Nath Maharaj ki jai. So this concludes our Sunday morning satsang. And as you can see, a rare experience and one definitely to be in the presence of Gurudev and these esteemed teachers. I cannot say enough about them. So the only thing that I do want to say, going back to the question on chanting, one thing that came to mind is that over time, I guarantee you, the understanding and the meaning of everything that we chant here will become known to you. So verse by verse, line by line, word by word, bhajan by bhajan, stotram by stotram, Vedic mantras, whether it's in Hindi, whether it's in Sanskrit, whether it's in Gujarati, whatever it is, whatever language it is, Marathi, it will speak to you. It will illumine everything. And as you come across one word at a time, something that jumps out at you, you look it up and you say, God, I just love that word. I don't know what it is, that word bhakti, I love it. Or that word trupti, or that word smriti, whatever it is, word by word, out of every single thing that we do, it becomes known to us. And it becomes so familiar, and that intimate relationship just gets deeper and deeper and closer and closer. So definitely keep chanting to your heart's content. Don't stop there. And the mind will find all of its answers will be there. And not only that, the other thing that I wanted to just say, but also the feeling and the silence and the quiet that follows the chanting. So that's where you really want to put your focus. And so once it all ceases, it's a vehicle, it's a tool, it's an instrument that takes you there, literally an instrument that takes you there. But once you get there, when it's all quiet, the feeling that is there, that is so palpable, and that just silences, there are no questions. there are no answers. There's just time and space. I love that. Time and space I love that, time and space. Okay, so moving on to next weekend. So June 24th, June 25th. So we're going to be continuing here all week with the course participants and having another wonderful week, magnificent week. And on Saturday, we have the Global Intensive with all of the teachers and with Gurudev. An experience, again, totally to be had, not to be missed. An opportunity for all of the local people to be here in person. And for those of you who can't be here in person via the live stream, you'll have the link by early the next week. So please do register for that. I'd really want to encourage and inspire all of you to take it. Like I said, we're very, very lucky. You understand that, so I don't have to go into that further. That evening, following the intensive, we will have one of our Indian music concerts here, and every time we feature a different instrument, a different musician. And this one is an all-time favorite for all of us, and that's Vinay Desai along with Vivek Pandya on Santoor. So it's the one that's the 100-string trapezoid instrument that is just very eloquent, very, very beautiful. And every string that is plucked, it takes residence within us. It's a complete tuning, just like they talk about tuning the instruments. It literally tunes our minds. It works on all of the emotions, and it stills the mind. Very, very beautiful. So not to be missed, that'll be at 5:30 p.m. on that Saturday evening. And then after the concert, that's when we'll be having dinner prasad for everyone. So everyone's welcome to stay for dinner. That's our Saturday evening. And then on conclusion of the retreat. So I would say, and again, Gurudev's only in residence for 2 more Sundays, so June 26th and then July 3rd. Not to be missed, either one of them. If you can, just make it a point to be here, be in presence, be in the presence, contribute to the presence, and just be here. It's, every day is, I mean, I don't know how to describe it, but every day is something. Who said that? Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Gurudev. Yeah, it's huge. So definitely not to be missed. That'll be on Sunday morning, and then we'll also have a bit of a graduation ceremony and a finale and an honoring of the participants and our incredible seat of teachers here. So I'm very much looking forward to that. So that'll be next Sunday. And then following that, Gurudev's final weekend here will be the July 4th weekend. So that's on July 3rd. And we will be having our July 4th picnic. So that'll be a potluck picnic. So anybody who wishes to bring a dish for that, you're welcome to contact Jackie Wilkinson, and she'll coordinate your prasad offerings for that weekend. So that's on the Sunday. And then on the 5th, Gurudev will be departing for India for a short time, and then he'll return back. There are a few murmurs about November, so kind of leave that month open to be continued. We're in conversation. So a conversation is a comma, not a period and not an exclamation mark, a comma. So to be continued. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to again welcome and also thank Biren and Rukmani Nanda for their visit here to Shanti Mandir. For those of you who haven't had the opportunity to meet them, all I can tell you is that they are from the Delhi area of India, of Mother India, and the Delhi Satsang that is very, 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 very dear to me personally. The devotees there, there's a special feeling that is present. Baba used to go there for Shivaratri every year, and he stayed in different homes there. And Biren's parents, B.R. Nanda and Janak Nanda, they were one of the pillars. There was always certain people that you recognized around Baba, and they were there in those early years. And it just gets, again, from the parampara, from the lineage, it goes from guru to disciple, it goes from family from the parents to the children, and it keeps on going as it did with them. And we're very, very happy that you could come here and grace this ashram with your presence. And we hope that you'll visit again soon. Rukmani said to me, she goes, I know what we can do. We can be in Delhi we can be in India for the summer or whatever, and we can, or in the winters, and we can come here in the summers. And I was like, oh, great idea, great idea. So as a lot of Indians do here, they stay here in the summers and go to India in the winter. So it's like the same thing, just in reverse. So it's just wonderful. So thank you, thank you, thank you for gracing this land with your presence and the satsang. And just a reminder to all of the participants, so this afternoon is off. So from the point of view from the classes and everything else, so it's your time to rest, relax, rejuvenate. As you can see, this was just week 1. And day by day, it's like it's just expanding and getting more and more full. I mean, it's already full, but if you just keep taking the adjective further, you know where I'm going. And I would like to end with a lovely quote that is from Rumi, and it was sent to us. It's from Girija Quick, and she just started up her satsang again in Florida. And at the end of her satsang flyer, she wrote, and this is after the pandemic, after the 3 years of not having a satsang. So it was an introduction to satsang again. And at the end, she said, I look forward to meeting again in the field, as Rumi said, out beyond wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there in satsang. Sadhgurunad Maharaj Ki Jai. So, and today's lunch is a wonderful lunch. So, as it is every Sunday, but today we're having dal makhani. So for those of you from North India, you'll absolutely love it. Prabhu's is delicious, absolutely yummy and delicious. So dal makhani, jeera rice, and salad, and that's it, right, Prabhu? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Okay, that's our lunch for today. Lunch prasad? Yeah, isliye maine bola कि हाँ नहीं हाँ नहीं And then after that, are you going to have darshan here, there? Yeah, so we'll have darshan here, and then everybody can go for lunch prasad. And we'll see you next week. Sadhgurunad Maharaj Ki Jai.